That was a fucking wash. My God. And win a fucking BG for my life.
I know. When you just want to win like 2 boards or something, it takes fucking forever.
Yeah, dude. Like, I just need 2. We're doing good now, but I'm on the team that whooped our ass last time. I recognize some of the guys. Like, damn, I must have, like, auto-queued in the pug.
Yeah, that happens a lot too. I lose to one team and then see them over and over again.
Uh, Part of me wonders, is like, are you guys queuing together? Am I getting, am I caught in a fucking elo trap?
Yeah, I don't see why people would even really PvP together. I mean, to win, obviously, it's faster to gain more honor, but like at some point, you don't really need that much honor.
Yeah, at some point you're just doing it for the love of the game.
You can trade 1,000 honor points for 1,000 ascension points, though. But maybe it's faster if you're winning constantly than re-leveling. You know?
I mean, it just feels good to win, so.
Yeah, maybe.
I used Tinker's repulsion unit to push myself into them. I don't know why I Tinker needs shit. There we go. Finally! $50 now? Still at this. Sharon Mill.
got some big mojo, Vol'jin. Maybe you're worth helping after all.
One guy was complaining in the Ascension Discord about PvP. He was like, what's up with PvP? Like, I get stunned for like 30 seconds and then I die. He's like, it doesn't make any sense. So I was like, well, this must be your first day.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad enough in the old one.
worth helping after all.
Go lay down. All right. Trying to get some new shoes. What dog? Looking at me. Are you thirsty? Do you want water? I can't. Mythic blood. Enough. Got some big mojo, Shane.
Yes, yes.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, please.
Yes.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Good.
Good to hear. You guys watch that game showcase?
No.
How's what treating you? You're
Good.
up north now, right?
What?
You're up north now, right?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, man, that's awesome.
Pretty nice.
Must be great hanging out with Nathan and enjoying the weather. I mean,
Means dad.
perfect there.
Yeah, the weather's nice.
Yeah.
I only see Nathan. I mean, I've only been here for like 2 weeks, I think.
Right.
But you know, he comes home and goes to bed.
Yeah, it's his peak season. You'll see him a little bit in like November, but probably not a lot after December 11th. I'm kidding, but the new Path of Exile season, December 11th.
Oh,
No.
yeah. What are you up to, Eric?
Was playing some Mechabellum before bed.
You would.
I would. I love Mechabellum. It's a great game.
Enough! You got some big mojo, Vulcan. Maybe you're worth helping after all.
Oh, you got. 101 battleground.
There's been a losing streak.
I don't know what it is, but we're fighting like the A team. Does feel good hitting with a two-hander though.
Yeah.
Hitting him with an execute. Wah! You got the twig at the world tree. Remember that?
I do remember that. Yeah, that was like a... Wasn't that like a level 50 weapon? It was like what, It was like a strength, stamina, and like some random stat weapon. I think a druid weapon too, right?
I think it was the druid one.
Yeah, it has strength, stamina,
real
and spirit.
There we go. And it had really slow attack speed, right?
Yeah, 3.7.
Yeah.
It's the strongest like two-hand that I could find for level 60.
Arcanite Reaper would be stronger, I think.
No? Well, I couldn't find one on the auction house, but one goes up to... Most of the things are modded. I think Twig of the World Tree wasn't a 60 weapon, but in this game it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it goes almost to 200 to 281 damage, which is like stupid. I remember it not being a 60 weapon. There's actually some for just about every level. So you'll find like a level 40 Twig of the World Tree or something like that with scaled stats.
It's crazy. I feel like that would make Arcanite Reaper even better, because Arcanite Reaper was almost 60, I think. I think it was like 57 or something. But it gave raw attack power, which was so good about it. Because raw attack power, like, one strength is 2 attack power, so I think like Arcanite Reaper was like the equivalent of like just a ton of strength at that level. Because attack power and raw crit percentage were king. Classic WoW.
And what about attack power?
Attack power and raw crit percentage were king in classic WoW, as far as I remember.
And this one, I guess, is haste.
Haste was never a thing back in the day, I don't think.
That damn Reapers are fixed.
I hate them.
You got
Strong as shit, and then they're invincible for some reason for fucking ever. What is that thing where you go immune to all damage and everything?
I don't know. I have to look into it. I don't even really know all my shit.
That's over here just like vibe playing Shane.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I learned it from you, dude. Fine.
Fucking stealth class with a two-hander and plate armor, and then they ambush you, and for some reason they're just immune to everything. You can't debuff them. You can't
Sounds like my
deal
kind of
with them.
class.
Yeah, they dominate. They're like 80% of the top PvP rated guys.
They used to suck dog dick. They were like really, really bad. And then they got this like rework and they just fucking shot to the top. They're just like fucking.
And I think it's like base 25% of their damage just heals them.
Yeah,
It's
for
passive.
harvester. If they're the two-hand spec. Because there's like a rogue spec. There's like a prot warrior spec, and then there's like a just like a execute dual wield spec. And they get and execute pretty.
With an execute.
That procs. That you can do it for free sometimes.
Cool.
Nothing like just, immortality and a two-hander, right? Am I right, bro? Super armor and a two-hander?
Well, I have this ability that can steal buffs from my enemies, but you try to use it on them and it just says immune.
You can
like
steal
give it-
buffs, except for this invulnerability shield.
Yeah, you have a buff that can't be stolen.
Yeah. Checkmate.
So there's like, then I just have to wait it out, and by then I'm dead.
Alright.
You don't see any Felsworn in PvP anymore, pretty much.
Mm-mm.
Oh, aren't they the best? They must have got nerfed?
They got absolutely gutted.
I never understood, why people... I mean, I know balance is a delicate thing, but sometimes you can just look at patch notes and be like, what are they thinking, right? Like...
Yeah, they have a lot of questionable buffs about. Like last patch, they just made my main damage PvP move just do 20% less damage.
Yeah, it's
Players.
weird.
That was the only change I got. It's like,
It's
why?
like such a overcorrection.
Yeah, it's like you don't. There's like no rune masters in the top fucking PvP, and then it's gonna make them do less damage now.
I think just now they started balancing that in a way where they're like, okay, this does more damage in PvE, PvP. Most things do more damage in PvP. There's already a nerf to damage in PvP.
Nobody uses the two-handed build, and that's a spell for PvE. There's like, I've seen one of them. Just a straight up PvP nerf.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
That's weird. Rating or haste?
Yeah,
What would you pick?
crit rating, man. You got a big slow weapon. Get that crit.
Great, huh?
Ooh.
39 to
What
10.
is your crit chance is the question, because at a certain level, then you no longer need it, right? Versus haste. It's a balancing act.
35%.
30. Yeah, there you go.
17.
Oh, your crit rating's garbage.
I mean, you just gotta get all the PvP gear.
Yeah, that's
Not
what
really anything else to do.
I'm looking at. Can you wear more than one ring?
Yeah, you can buy two. There's like the loop of triumph and the loop of victory.
That's what I'm looking at. Because Triumph is 39 attack, 14 crit rating. The other one's 41 attack.
You need to get a Fornor's eye patch.
They made their own gear. And they made it super cheap.
You can like do this thing to any item you find though, and it gives it PvP power and stuff, so you can kind of build your own sets.
Ooh, that's kind of cool.
Like you could have a full Night Slayer set that's all PvP.
Yeah, Night Slayer set like may have not been like stamina based PvP, but man, that extra energy was always so fire.
Well, it was
like,
also before they created Resilience.
yeah, absolutely.
Resilience kind of ruined.
You know, it's crazy. I thought Resilience. I feel the same way Resilience ruins things. But when I went back to play the OG Classic WoW, right, and I got into like a Warsong Gulch, I had pretty decent gear. Like we were going through Molten Core, I got hit by like two Warlocks cursing me up, and I was like, oh, I'm dead. like it was just because at the same time Resilience mostly stopped the burst, but I think overall it was a bad thing unless you could get very little of it, right? Because it almost made it to where I feel like gear diversity was so much better before just like get this
Yeah,
exact
it gives you
PvP
zero
gear.
gear diversity. Everybody just wears the same shit
Yeah.
render, and if you don't, then you don't have Resilience.
I remember that was one of my favorite things about playing a mage. Mage is like one of those classes where you could play very glass cannon in battlegrounds only, not in arenas, and like just have this crazy glass cannon build to just like two-shot somebody.
Yeah, I had a great time when I was on my rogue, and then Resilience came out. It's like I can't
Yeah.
fucking one-shot anybody anymore.
Yeah, that's true. I guess that kind of happened with Palm Pyro too, because that only really worked on open world people. You could never do that like like realistically in a battleground, because he would just reduce the crit by so much. Did they rename the eye patch? It's called Lizard Scale eye patch now?
Probably just a bunch of different ones.
This is the item you want though, Lizard Scale eye patch.
None of your previous knowledge is applicable to this.
No,
I know.
had to say.
Old man.
And
Look at this item though, Matt. This item was the shit back in the day. Yeah, I wish a new MMO would come out. I'd be, a little commitment depending on what it was. Did you see Valheim's having a full release?
Yeah. Just not a huge fan of those games where it's like collect tin and then you collect iron and then you collect bronze.
They do get old, I will admit.
And you have to build a base and it's like you can spend all this time making it nice, you just need a place to put fucking chests.
oh, you're right. My crit rating's at 20%, and I'm seeing way more bigger numbers. Now they also have PvP power in this one.
Yeah.
Oh, you know why they changed the name of the eye patch?
Hmm.
Fornor's eye patch was renamed the Lizard Scale eye patch in July of 2021 because Blizzard removed in-game references tied to former senior creative director Alex Afras Sababi following public allegations of sexual harassment and workplace misconduct. The name
Yeah.
Fornor was an alias character name of his.
Well, that's a fair one.
Yep.
There's no PvP power on there.
Oh, Fornor was also Fornor's Compendium Dragon Slaying, which led to the Quel'Serrar quest.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Enough! You got some big mojo, Vulcan. Maybe you're worth helping after all.
So, I was looking at that gambling website, Kalshi or whatever it's called, right?
Yeah.
And some of the bets just seem like almost like for sure things, right? I mean, the odds are really crappy on them, but it's like, will Trump be like president in 2028? And it's like 7%, yes, and 94% no. So you don't get much of a payout, but it's like if you got anything at all, I mean, it's pretty much like. I feel like there's some ridiculous bets on there that are just so far-fetched when people are betting on the opposites. They're playing the long or something. Or the odds of it.
I mean, it's just a bunch of. They just throw out. They run it through AI, and then AI just puts out as many bets as they can figure out, and then they just need one or two people to lose on it, or a couple crazy Trumpers, you know.
It's kind of crazy. Like, if you think about, like, 'cause I was thinking, like, man, some of this stuff just seems so obvious to me. Should I just be using this to make money, or am I the dumb one? Like,
Oh, that's
I don't
the trick. That's why it works. That's why it's lucrative. Because people see that and they're like, "Oh, I can make a lot of money."
huh?
And then, but you know, the house always wins, in my opinion, on those things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
It's you know, like I've never been much of a gambler. Like I'm the type of person who put 20 bucks in slots and then like I'm done.
Yeah.
And then maybe I'll try again the next day or something like that. But don't want a guy hang on.
You're fine.
And oh my god, he died so good. Not weak anymore. And I, you know, some people, they just can't help themselves. So they, you know, they get the whales, they get the people who are really, really love it, really love gambling. And
Yeah.
they have these bets, right? And it seems like, I just feel like the chances of you actually winning are really slim, but they look
People
good.
also play the lottery, right?
Your chances are really slim. It's
I
not,
mean, your chances of winning the lottery are 50-50, so you know,
You know.
I did great college.
you either win or you lose.
I do it out of pride. Like I'll you know, like if it's like an
Oh, so
election
you're
bet.
gambling on there?
No, I've done it a couple times where I've been like, I've been like so sure that I'll just bet just for pride, just for pride's sake.
Right.
Like, you know, like the election or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'll put my money on it just to be like, okay, I'm actually getting, this is actual, you know. A lot of people say, people can say anything, but you put your money where it's supposed to go, then, you know,
Yeah,
that's
no,
that's
sure.
that's the legit. And the oh,
You're fine.
and
Those men.
and that's about as far as it goes. But it's supposed to look enticing. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly.
So maybe I get it on some ridiculous bets, and then like I'd start doing other bets that are closer.
You know, and
It just creates traffic.
a lot of times you'll win just to get the dopamine hit, get you you know,
Yeah.
get you hooked.
Yeah, see you guys later.
We'll see ya.
Dude.
So that's what I think about. Or like, you know, I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, like I'm looking at this. I always hesitate a lot when it comes to anything gambling because I got a little bit of gambling addiction. Well, I say that, but I've been gambling in like decades, right? Like, so I recognized pretty early on that I had propensity to spend money, right? Just kind of leave it be, but I mean, I guess I'd have to sign up and find out, but then it's like I'm kind of giving into that thing, right? Like, I don't know.
I mean, I don't think there's a problem with doing it a little bit. Back when I was looking at it, it wasn't legal for United States.
Yeah. You know, okay, so here's what I really think too. Like, I keep seeing all these ways where maybe I could make a little bit of extra money, right? Like, oh look, I can just bet on this thing and it seems free, right? Or I have been checking stocks, but you know, you can never make money without risking any money, right? And however you do it, you know, there's safer and easier bets. But either way, I feel like I should be betting. I mean, stock markets are betting. I should be betting, you know, like, there's just so many things that, you know.
Stock market is betting if you're doing the higher risk ones, but it's more like an investment.
Yeah.
There is risk involved.
Yeah.
Have a special. It's like 4.
I got the best deals anywhere. Keep it real.
Been doing this keto diet thing pretty hard. Making a lot of progress.
Have you
Yo,
tested your pee?
I test my blood.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, with the poker?
Yeah. I just bought a small meter. You just plug it in, you know. They're so it's super easy to do. And my my health benefits paid for it, you know. So that was, you know, easy, right? And I sit between like 0.5 to 1.2 ketones a day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So been doing that, and been eating pretty well. Pretty much just doing 2 meals a day, heavier one in the morning and a light one at night. You know.
How's it working out?
It's working out great. I'm dropping weight, and my weight loss feels a little bit static right now, but like I feel a lot stronger. Definitely. Like just been doing a lot of body weight exercises. I do need to get back to the gym, but I've also been rowing a little bit. But like I'm just still so heavy. But man, I can move so much better now. You know what was crazy? Like how like the sleep apnea I had just like put me in such a fog, and now between that and losing weight, man, I feel like I just feel so much more like awake, you know.
do I have a deal for you?
Like I used to struggle with energy, you know. Just gotta make sure I don't get there again. I think I'm gonna just stay on. I think I'm gonna try to stay off processed foods from now on. Like it's not gonna be easy, like, cause you know all delicious stuff is processed, but at the same time, it's just such a cleaner way of eating, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
to be honest, you know what the crazy thing is? I was kind of already doing that anyway. Like, my problem was I'd be like, oh, I'll eat some black beans and crackers. I mean, it's super basic food, but really, I just need to be eating things that aren't just fucking carb, 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 and then just, you know, just switch to ground beef and this, you know, an avocado, and it's just so much healthier. It tastes good too.
Yeah,
Are you still, go ahead.
I love, I really, really love the keto diet. One of the things,
Yeah, dude.
if you're kind of like really, if you're measuring macros, yeah, it can be a little tedious, but if you're doing it loose, kind of like a sloppy, like a dirty keto,
Yeah, that's kind of,
you,
yeah, exactly.
you can
Like,
just eat bacon. Like you can actually just, I wasn't getting enough fat, so I had to pour like bacon grease
yeah.
and throw like extra butter, like double the amount of butter that I normally would use for stuff, just to like get my fat ratios in so that my ketones were at the right, you know.
Yeah, I mean, really for me, like, I'll eventually go back to eating some carbs, but I think what I'm really learning is that, like, we just eat way too many carbs, right? Eat carbs when you gotta fucking need some sugar spike to do something, right? But, or like, as an indulgence, right? But it's just too much all the time.
Yeah, you definitely want to it you definitely want to like put carbs back into your diet some, because
Right.
it just depends on what you're trying to do. So like for me, it was not helping me like gain muscle. Like, okay, now I want to gain a lot
Yeah.
of muscle. I could not gain muscle. And they tell, it's going to tell you, like your research online is going to tell you like you can't do it, and you're going to be like, no, I'm going to do it, I'm going to be the guy. And then, you know, you're not. And
You can't gain muscle on what?
can't really gain muscle on keto. You really need to do,
Yeah.
you have to have amino acid supplements, which is okay. But the thing is that carbs are protein sparing, so you
Yeah.
bulking, you really need carbs. You're just trying to build.
Exactly.
But
Yeah, it makes sense.
what I loved about keto, because I wanted to lose a lot of weight really fast, because I got pretty darn
Yeah.
chunky after a certain relationship,
Yeah.
and I really, Julie, Julie, lay down. And I wanted to lose it fast and healthy. So,
Hmm.
Julie, hey. And hang on one sec. Well, the moral of the story is I felt really good. I felt super, super,
Yeah.
super like when I was keto, perfect diet, perfect cardio, doing jujitsu, all this kind of stuff. Man, dude, like I remember telling my brother, like, I feel like I'm high. Like, you know that euphoria you have when you're high? I
Yeah.
was like,
Yeah.
dude, I feel like I'm high and I'm completely sober. And I'm so like just I was like a ninja too, because I was doing a lot of
Hmm.
like jujitsu. So like
Yeah.
I felt like Spider-Man, you know, when
You had so much mobility, right? Like just like moving body strength, right?
that and just my alacrity, you know, like
Yeah.
you know that part in
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Spider-Man where Mary Jane trips and all her food flies up and he
Yeah.
gets the tray and everything lands on the tray perfectly.
Yeah, you have yeah.
I'm just like on it, dude.
You know what some people call that? They call that like what's the difference between like strength and power?
Had to check on my dog.
You're fine. But I had a question for you. Have you heard about the difference, or have you ever heard about like the concept of what's the difference between like strength and power?
Kind of.
So, strength, right? Your ability to move or push or pull something, right? And like when you're lifting something, you can have immense strength, like how much you can lift and load, right? But like in the definition, I'm talking about power. Power is how fast you can move that weight, right? So like it's like you could pick up a bowling ball, right? But how fast could you propel that bowling ball, right? Could you throw it pretty hard? Then you got a lot of fucking power, right? Like lots of people can lift it, but lifting it fast is it like power, right? And I was watching this guy who trains athletes professionally. Like he's like highly sought after, right? And they're exploring his home gym, right? And you know what exercise he has that's super cool?
Uh-huh. But
He has this exercise where he has two giant barrels of water and he pulls them and controls the water as he pulls it towards them and then pushes it and controls them as he pushes it, right? And it's creating like this constant tension that you have to adjust for as you're pushing and pulling like these 300 things of water. But and the water is super heavy, but like, I mean, you're just kind of pushing it off its center of balance, you know?
mm-hmm. Yeah, they have a couple of those that I've seen. Um, you're talking about the actual like um velocity versus like actually just picking something up. Because picking something up slowly is different than actually just launching.
Yeah, Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. There was a lot of that when I was really into martial arts. I was looking at a lot of that kind of stuff because
Explosive movement. You know?
yeah, there's a get my abs in a state where I can actually just launch somebody off me while I'm being smothered versus in jiu-jitsu versus just being able to like eventually pry them off me. There's like difference, especially because you can use like leverage and stuff, but just being able to pop, like explode, boom.
Yeah, and see, like, there's a lot of things you can like train for that. So, like when you're talking about like your alacrity, right? Like you
mental.
think about like how fast you could just like switch your movement and like if you were to sidestep right to the side, or like your agility is just like so much better when you're like feeling like that. You know what I mean? Probably developed a lot of agility, huh?
Yeah, pretty good. I like doing that, so I started doing that more. That Edo Portal thing I was telling you about, that one is more like movement, and it's like I really got into like enjoying that, like doing somersaults and handstands and being able to like gorilla walk and my you ever heard about this book called Multiple Forms of Intelligence?
Yeah.
And
No, I haven't heard of that book. No, I haven't heard of it. What is it about?
so this guy, when we judge IQ, we judge it by a single thing, which is like mathematics, geometry, etc., like a couple of things. And then when I was telling Chad this, I didn't think he was didn't think it really interested him at all. But this guy wrote a book because he's like, there's like something more to like IQ, because you have he said that there's 5 different IQs, right? There's like social IQ, there's like logistical IQ, linguistic IQ, and then the one I was really interested in was kinetic. And kinetic IQ, like, some people just have like this ability to they're just
Move fast, react fast, have
their physical, their proprioception, their ability to like put their foot to interface with the world is so much better, and that itself is a form of intelligence. And
I feel like the thing is, I feel like women lack kinetic IQ, but what I really think it is that they're encouraged less to develop it, because really they could have great kinetic IQ if you think about it. You think of all the gymnasts and things like that. Like,
yeah, well,
I feel like any kind of complex movement or dancing is kinetic IQ also.
Yeah. Well, I kind of resonated with that, because when I was doing, I always struggled in school a lot, but when I was doing martial arts, especially, even if it was a day I was just feeling like whatever, I remember everyone that I was ever with, might be maturity, but I've just been told repeatedly, they're like, damn, you're like really teachable. Like, I just show you, you can either just watch it and you can repeat it, or I can just show you like 1 or 2 times, or I can instruct you 1 or 2 times and you just do it. It's like, it's so crazy. And I have my weak points, but like I'm definitely not perfect, but it just, I think for for some people that we have different strengths, and that IQ is just a function of the brain. So if you apply that function of the brain, different people, some people are so smart socially. And
Yeah.
it's like like when they talk about street smarts, you know?
Yeah, exactly. We've had kind of pseudo names for it, but if you really try to unpack it better,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot to human perception. I feel like I feel like there's so many fields that when I was younger that are emerging that are getting more solved now, just because of how interconnected so much of the internet is. It's
Oh
like
yeah.
people just share so much information, and I could watch like 30 different YouTube videos. I'm like, okay, well, these 30 people thought this thing, right? Or they all are doing their own individual studies. That's one thing about always having cameras around, right? There's just always so much of that now.
Well, what's crazy, right? I was watching like a I don't watch it often, but there was just like this Sam Hyde podcast thing, and he's got his friend Nick Rocafort on there, right? And that dude's super funny. They're just yapping. Like I exhausted all my clips of everything I watched, and I just needed something, so I'm listening to this thing. And this guy's talking about health. And he's like, damn man, I go to the doctor and I'm asking about diet, and like the guy can't, he's got to do all these tests, he wants to pump you full of drugs, and it's like, you know what you need? There's like another guy chimes in, he's like, you know what you need a bodybuilder. Like a bodybuilder, it's crazy because they're not doctors, but they know they're in it, they're like in the trenches.
Right.
And like the bodybuilder's like, oh yeah, well how's your shit? It's like, let me smell your shit. And they're like, yeah, you know what? You're low on zinc, dude. You need some B12, you know? and
Crazy.
it's funny because when I was doing a Huberman podcast, I was not doing it, but listening to Huberman podcast with this pro bodybuilder who's like super famous. So I tuned in because it was
Yeah.
this guy's super smart about, like, he's accomplished, right? And he's talking about it. He's like, dude, doctors don't know shit about fucking diet. And
It's so true. Like God, like that. I feel like so many doctors, the traditional advice I've heard has just been so. Like, what? I'm sorry to interrupt, but like
oh, go ahead.
eggs. Eggs have always been like an evil thing.
Oh, I
Like
know.
20 years ago, right? And it's like they're one of the healthiest things in the world for you now, apparently. Like
Exactly. Yeah. There's just things that, before they'll tell you it's bad, and they'll say, oh, you need to do this, you that, doctors will say, if you have like a fatty liver, you got to stop eating fat. And it's like, but that's
Right.
not what it's not from actual digested fat. Your
Exactly.
your liver's fatty. And, but the thing is, especially working at a hospital, like, they have certain things that they're required by law to, they have to follow these guidelines. And the guidelines are very specific about, so you can't do, like, we can do experimental bullshit, right? Because we're not doctors. But god dang it. And
Fine, man. Take your time.
no, this guy popped his ult, so he made himself invincible. I was about to execute him. And but they have to, like, kind of do it by the book. Doctors have to kind of like do
Yeah.
it by the book. And it's just that's what kind of like holds them back. I feel it.
You're right.
Oh,
you're
that's yours?
Huh?
Is that you?
What do you mean?
What? That noise you?
Yeah, it's probably me.
There are people in your house?
No. Is that what you heard?
Yeah. We're gonna attack her.
Can you grab this?
Yeah.
Oh, what the? That was the weirdest thing ever. A video opened on my thing. Sorry, a video opened and I was like confused. Are you still there? Eric? Eric?
Are you okay?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's just soup. A video opened on my thing and
Oh.
and
You scared me. I went and go check my door and shit.
yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Anyway, yeah, what were we talking about?
Oh no, man, you totally threw me for a loop, man. You were talking about different kinds of intelligences.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So and I've kind of felt this way for a while, but when you say things like that, you know, people are like, well, that's not what the textbook says. And then people rely so heavily on what the textbook says, like it's gospel, right? But then they don't
Yeah.
and then but they don't you know, there's no room for experimentation. And they're like, no, you shouldn't do that. And I used to like practice like my kicks. This is like an early example on the playground. And one of the weird things, people would be like, no, you got to stop doing that. You got to stop doing that. And then it turns out doing weird shit like that is kind of like the stuff you actually want to do because it trains you. It like, I'll be like, no. Cause if I keep doing this over time, eventually it'll work out in the end because I'll get really good at it and my balance will be good. And they're like, no, you can't do that, you know, but because it hasn't been explored. But the thing is, once someone explores it for the first time, then people are like, oh yeah. And it's like, that's not what you were saying before someone discovered it, you know? So
Yeah.
it's like when,
You know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm watching this guy called Strength Side on YouTube.
mm-hmm.
And I feel
That's
like
the California accent guy, right?
I think so, but
He's like super tan,
Yeah.
always without a
And
shirt.
Yeah, and he does Indian clubs and sandbag stuff, and then I started seeing a bunch of other people do that. Apparently that's supposed to be super good, you know, but like, it's like, that's like not a traditional thing, right? And then I end up going down a rabbit hole of these people who train their strength in all these unique ways, right? That are like specific to sports, right? Like the people who train for arm wrestling train in a very specific way, you know? And it's all these methods that have just kind of been developed over the years. And now there's so much information on all this stuff, you know? But like you said, it's all pseudoscience. Well, not pseudoscience, but you know, not laboratory tested, doctor approved. It's just crazy to me how much health advice has been wrong over the years.
I know,
Now,
dude.
like, so much food marketing now is like, oh, there's protein and everything, right? But there's still fucking loaded with all this other bullshit, right? Or still too many carbs and everything, right?
Oh
So now
yeah.
you're just definitely gonna get fat because it's like, I bet you they're gonna try to battle Ozempic just by loading everything with just so many more calories, right? Like, man, we gotta up the calorie density.
Well, yeah. It's kind of tough because everything's marketed to for you to buy. Like we want you buying, need you buying, we need you spending money.
Yeah. In fact, I'm glad you bring that up. I really kind of hate the vanity of today. I try to I try to disconnect from it as much as possible.
Same. Same. I hate it.
You know what I heard that was kind of being lost with the younger generation. Maybe it was just like a boomer thought or whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was watching this podcast, and he said one of the problems that he sees young people having today is some people will get information like really quickly on their phone or their tablet or something, and they'll look at the information and they'll immediately move to something else, and not many people reflect on the things they just read or took in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you took it in and you read it, you understood it, but like didn't like think about it more, right? Like just like, oh, okay, like going through the thought process and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe even trying to like think about, just reflecting on it, right? Depending on what that is, it could be like going down rabbit holes or other things, right? Like it's like if you told me like your new build for your WoW character, and I was like, oh, it would be really cool if you like added this skill, then you could do that, And it seems like a lot of people, I guess, have lost a lot of that.
Yeah,
At least that's what this guy was saying.
that's what I call it. There's no chill time, right? There's no like
Yeah.
there's a Huberman that I watched back when I was super into that. And it said one of the best ways to learn is after you do like a complex skill, like when you train or study, one of the best things to do afterward is nothing. Like absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And when you do that, your brain plays everything you just did backwards. And it's like writing it into your brain, right? And I thought, you know what? It seems like one of the things we're missing is downtime. Like,
Yeah.
because we used to be bored, and now we're never bored. Remember
Never bored.
going to your mom and dad would go hang out with their friends, and you would come along and you would have to hang out with their kids, and you're just sitting there and you're like bored, or you're at home and you're like bored, you have nothing to do, you're just bored, or you have to go to the bank, you have to go pay bills with your parents. We'd have to go to the electric bill place, you'd have to sit there, go to the bank, you'd have to sit there, and that doesn't exist anymore. And I think that's like it's detrimental to people's health.
Yeah. Yeah. I also think about how fast we take in information. Like we take it in so quickly too. Like, I mean, like I feel like the younger people are bombarded with so much information. Now there's so much AI, and so much of it is fake. And you know what the crazy thing is? We can tell it's fake because we have past experiences with things. But if you're experiencing things for the first time, how do you know that's fake? Right? Because, like, I can identify things that are fake because I've seen them before. But if you're always online and you've never seen... Oh, dude. Actually, I'm sorry, I gotta go off on a crazy tangent. I
Okay.
know why everyone on Reddit and on Discord servers is super liberal.
Why? Because it's a psyop?
It's not a psyop. It's natural. Think about it this way, right? Like, man, this clicks so much. The people who are tend to be socially awkward or outcasts or this or that will tend to stay inside. Those people will tend to also be online more, right? Because it's so available, right? They don't have it. There's no other weird hobbies. All the hobbies are online now, right? And that's how you're gonna have your whole connection with people and all that, right? And if you think about it, if you do anything social or get outside and interact with people, you probably are less extreme and more tolerant of people, but then you're also less online, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it just creates this dichotomy where everyone who's in control of Discord moderation or online spaces just happens to be the people that are always online, and it's going to always skew left because those kind of people are the ones who are always online, right? Like, unless you're just a really nerdy gamer, like that's the only other people who are habitually online, and they're just outnumbered.
Uh-huh.
That's my. What do you think of that? Is that a crazy thought?
I think it lets people exist in a
How
vacuum.
do? Yeah, that's what I mean. So like, because the thing is, yeah, everyone exists in a vacuum, right? And it's just kind of wild to me
Well, now
that
that there's someone was telling me that there's this thing how music is developing,
mhm.
and music is developing in this way where instead of it being like Billboard 100 global, like people are just getting into like these niche pockets and these niche, you know, almost like a cult classic, how a cult classic community develops. That's kind of what everyone is that's kind of where it's going, and I think that's going for everything globally and for
Yeah,
all interests, you know, because now you can curate the things you're into.
right. Yeah, it is kind of a weird. It's so weird to me. And I've been getting better at curating. You know what I was thinking today, of all things, that I need to do? I feel like I need to start talking to an AI and training an AI, right? And I need to do it because I feel like I need to get used to using AI. Because I feel like if I don't, I'm just gonna get left behind, right? Like there's gonna be so many emerging markets for this stuff, right? At the
Mm-hmm.
very least, what I've seen with all this stuff is it just makes people better at doing their jobs once they know how to do it, right? It's like instead of having to like go, you know, like if you need to go write up a big marketing report and you have to like learn to use PowerPoint and get somebody to show you, it's like no, you know, type up the AI that you need this thing and you know how to use AI, so you just generate graphs and reports and all this stuff, right? And it just makes things easier. If you're an artist, I'm sure you know you could use it to make art and sketch something up super quick, you know?
Okay.
And I feel
I don't think that's the strength of AI, because the problem with art is that it's you can make a picture, yeah, you can, but it's better for data. It's better for like
yeah.
menial tasks. I'm not threatened by art at all, and
Yeah. Well,
or
yeah, you're
AI.
tattoo artists. People are always going to want things on their skin.
Well, even just making the designs, because I've tried to use it for a little while, and I was like,
Yeah.
this is just not working, dude. Like
Yeah.
this is not it. And
Yeah. I think it's going to simplify a lot of things. It's going to be used for a lot of thought processes, I think you're right. But
and
overall, it feels like the people who learn how to use it just become much better at what they're doing, right?
it
If it's applicable.
it's better at, like, you know, data aggregation and like running through,
Yeah.
you know, like mass amounts of data and parsing it for sure. But for like creative tasks, it's kind of like whatever, you know? And I don't think it's there, and I don't think it's going to be there. And I'm really not super threatened by it and I think that it's gonna fall away from that, and I think it's gonna turn more into like a gonna be more used for like you know for law, parsing data, running through like running through emails, running through 1,000, you like the Clinton email thing, just run it through AI. It's like the Epstein email thing, like just run it through AI and have it parse all that data. So, I think that that's going to be its biggest use. I think it's going to be for like just what I would find personally something that a human can't do. But I think the things that humans can do with art, it just every time I haven't seen a picture that I'm like, wow. There's just a certain spirit to like a good picture. Even the pictures that are bad, like even like the old World of Warcraft art, like there's just something about that
No, I
human
understand what
touch.
you mean. Like it's like when you like watch like gotcha games or something, like it just feels like almost like too like packaged, you know?
There's just some things that happen, like a really good close match, right? Versus like something that's like fabricated, like how I feel kind of like football is and major sports are these days. Same thing with even boxing and stuff. Like UFC is still good, or used to be. When something's genuine, I think there's like it lacks the genuineness, and I think that there's more to um, enjoying something and liking something than we ourselves are comprehend. There's like an underlying satisfaction of things, and
Yeah.
um, it's uh, I'm just not sold on AI. I'm not threatened by it. I'm not scared of it.
Yeah.
I'm not.
That's good. That's good.
I'm just like it just exists. There's nothing crazy about it.
You don't think it's gonna like take over the world with killer robots?
Yeah, it could probably with war. It's not gonna.
Yeah.
Not gonna. Real good art is not gonna replace it unless we go
Yeah.
full blown idiocracy, which I hate that reference, but I can't stand that movie. I'm so tired of people like trying to reference that movie, but that could happen because
Ooh, come on, rant to me. Let me hear it, old man. Let's
it's
hear it.
just dumb. It's just dumb. But then I have to realize that because my taste in things is kind of like more leans in Shane direction. Like if it's swill, if it's just normie slap, I'm like tune out like instantly. Like I cannot stand that. But so many people, I've dated enough girls to know that a lot of them are like, I love this. And it's like, do you have no idea? You like take a minute and just think about what you're enjoying right now. Like you're literally enjoying slop. And
Yeah.
but it's like how people like those like I don't know, really mainstream stuff, and it's like, oh. But I also have weird tastes, so it is what it is. But I like original things, I like things that are creative and new and interesting. Most people don't. People like just normal stuff. Like they like stuff that everyone else likes, which is kind of crazy.
You know, it is kind of crazy. We have so much diversity of stuff, and then like people just got some very lukewarm tastes for all.
Oh yeah, milk toast.
I feel like that, like with a lot of people, like it's like how could we have so much information and people just know so little? That's really what. And I do feel like there's definitely a failure in it. You know, it's crazy. like the failure in education is kind of like the failure also represented by like how we used to look at food and diet, right? It's like the food pyramid's all wrong and all this shit, right? And all their ideas about food
Oh, I know.
terribly wrong.
Isn't that crazy? It's the food
And
pyramid
then-
is
and-
actually upside down.
Yeah.
Like-
Telling us to eat lots of bread, you know, like at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then to get, go easy on eggs and dairy as like, you know, it's just so wild to think about.
It's so crazy. Yeah, and it's like that thing with eggs. It's like, oh, turns out eggs are actually good for you.
Just psycho advice.
But that was the status quo for a long time. That's the crazy part. And if you said against it,
Yeah.
they would be like, no, that's not what my doctor said. It's like your
So-
doctor took one class on nutrition.
Yeah. So do you feel like there's any kind of other big prevailing shifts in opinion right now?
I think most of them happen. We'll probably get a new wave with the next generation because that seems to be what brings people. What?
Have you heard about this whole woke 1.0 and then woke this, woke that?
Yeah, woke 2 and shit like that.
I'm not quite sure what all that even means. But apparently, I guess, like, the left is trying to distance themselves from some of this rhetoric, right?
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense, right? But I kind of like when I listen to more and more of it, like I feel like I just saw a story where, like, I guess there's a Washington Democratic group that took LGBT off their thing, like their agenda, because they have a bigger Muslim population now, right? But I mean, aside from politics, I feel like oh, I have a question for you. Have you seen all the stuff on creatine? Do you do supplements every day?
I do creatine, yeah.
I'm doing supplementing that every day.
I cycle them in and out, and then currently I'm cycling them out. And I'll take a break for a while, and then I'll go back on just to kind of like see how I feel. And just make sure that, it's working.
Yeah, I've been doing like a full supplement track. But I'm staying away from peptides for now. But I think I got those from that guy, but I'm just kind of hesitant on taking them, right? Because right now I'm making great progress. I think I might save them in case I get closer to the end of my goals. And I want like a push or something, but I feel like that stuff's very prevailing. But you know, it's like you say, there's people who are doing it on the cutting edge, right?
Well, you have to. So bodybuilders like really get down to business, experiment with things. So that's kind of like they're kind of like outliers in that sense.
Bro science, man. That's
Yeah,
what
the
it is.
bro science.
It's like, bro, I'm gonna put it in my body and see if it does stuff.
Yeah. Body hackers. I think as far as prevailing opinions, I think the problem is with, like, let's say for health, for instance, with new opinions, prevailing opinions and stuff like that. The problem is that people still want shortcuts, and that's what's being sold to people.
Yeah, that's very insightful.
That's what I saw with the whole ally thing. And I don't know if you remember Ally, but it was a drug for weight loss. It would prevent you from eating like super fatty stuff. and it was people will do anything except for work out. It's like they'll do
Yeah.
anything to lose weight except for like actually work out. And it's fine if you don't, you know, it doesn't have to be for everybody. I'm not like a pure elitist, right? But it's
No,
like,
but you're right.
There-
Working out is gonna make you know.
you know, it's like get rich quick teams. You know, you're not going to get rich quick. You're not going to be that one, you know, that one in a million. You like accruing wealth is done the old fashioned way, you know, accruing wealth in your body is old fashioned way. There's just no way around it.
That's true. The more you try to chase the schemes, the kind of further the way you get from actually just you had done it the right way to begin with, right?
Right. Premium. Just a second. There you go. Forgot that I'm just streaming on Twitch.
I'll give you my prime.
Don't do it on that one then. I'll tell you the one because I stream cards and that one's actually like popping off. I'll send you the link to the one. If you have a Prime one that you want to subscribe to, I'll send you one.
Fuck yeah, I'll prime you every month, baby.
Yeah, please and thank you. Paul actually comes in and every so often and he gives a sub to somebody.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'll stop.
But yeah, I started streaming it on Discord.
You're watching.
I just need to win one more and then I can buy. I think.
You can't like piecemeal it one at a time.
Well, you know, remember how hard it was to get all that PvP gear back in old WoW?
Yeah.
Well, now you get like literally 12,000 honor points for winning one battleground.
Damn.
Like, and then instead of you having to win like 100 battlegrounds. Oh my god, this looks bad.
Yeah, they've pretty much taken away all the grind, which is good. There's too much grind.
Yeah, in Koa, yeah. This game is super. They've sped up so much. I mean, you practically get up to like 300% experience through prestiging. Were there heroics when you were playing WoW yet?
No. I'm just I'm down to play another MMO, but I just need something that excites me. Because I feel like so little excites me these days.
100%. You just might be where I'm. It feels like kind of like where you're at is where I was at a few years ago. That's why I relate to it. When you talk about it, or when you tell me about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I was there.
I think I'm gonna get pretty excited for this. There's a Warhammer game coming out. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But I think the new Total War is gonna have a lot of potential. We'll see where that goes. But I don't know. Have to wait and see.
You just might be into, you know, fitness and stuff like that. I spent a lot of time nerding out about fitness and shit.
Yeah, that's mostly what I'm doing. Is I'm kind of making that kind of my goal, because at this end of the day, I need to get healthier. Otherwise, I'll just fucking die young, right?
There's
Plus, at
that.
the very least, even if I don't, I just rather feel better while I'm at this weight, you know. Feel better as I age, man. Body starts to hurt.
When I started doing it, when I was 30, I decided to change my life. And that's when I started doing it. And when I did that, I felt like I was getting younger.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling right now.
I was like, I feel like I'm practically 21 again. You know, instead some people, you know what, that's one of those things that I think that when you're talking about perceptions and things people think about,
Yeah.
that's one of the things I think is like a fallacy. I think some people, they just don't want to, they're like, yeah, you just get older and body falls apart. It's like, yeah, eventually. But I think if you take care of it and you know, do proper maintenance and you don't like, you know, do a bunch of drugs or drink a bunch or all this kind of shit,
Yeah.
and you'll be fine and you'll actually do really well, you know? I mean, yeah, I'm not going to, you know, be a linebacker in the NFL, but
No, but you'll be pretty fine, you know.
as far as functional, you know, people make it sound like, oh, I'm just completely useless at this point. Like, no, you're probably going to be all right.
Have a good one. Be good. Ah, potential customer. Keep it real.
Do it again.
Have a good one.
I am.
Now's a great time to stop eating as much anyway, because of all the fucking food going up in price. You know what's wild? I have coworkers, some of the dumbest motherfuckers alive, right?
Oh God.
Literally are like, this guy spent all of his money in his bank account down to where he was asking me for 20 bucks for gas, you know, like I
Okay.
gave it to him, and then it's like the next day he did pay me back, but it's just wild that people just trucks be that broke day to day? It's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's kind of
Like, you know, it's so common out here. South Carolina's been pretty good to me, but man, some of the population's kind of wild.
I'm sure it's hillbilly heaven.
Yeah. There's none of the blue-haired crowd. If they are, they stay inside or they keep quiet.
No, we get people like that out here.
You know, it's crazy. I hear people say off the wall, like, partially racist shit, and then like, and everyone's like, "What?" And it's like, I was like, "Oh, like it's just not even like crazy here, right?"
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was thinking back to the time where I thought I was gonna get fired for saying something I thought might have been like kind of racist, right? But the more I think about it, like, it wasn't that bad. It's just, you know, I definitely said it to the wrong person. I got to be careful. But man, the kind of stuff people have gotten away with at my job now, it's just like, I guess this is just how it is here. But I do miss Southern California. I miss Northern California more than anything. That place is
Southern California.
beautiful. Huh?
I miss Southern California sometimes.
You're up in San Francisco still, right?
Close by.
Yeah, yeah, I remember you telling.
Good. Now we're cooking. I don't know if gonna get a little goofy with girl I'm seeing right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's got the TDS,
What's that?
Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh, does she?
Hmm.
You seem to attract that kind of girl. It seems like.
I think it's part of the
I think a
area.
lot of women are kind of like that, to be honest. My wife's kind of like that. Well, my wife's not that like that, but you know, she has her views too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but it is the area. It's just how it goes.
Yeah. I'm just like,
Honestly,
ooh, she said something. You know how I am. I'll like
I know how you are.
explore a topic. She's like, I'll leave right now if you're okay with MAGA. I'm like it's, I guess it's not that important to me, but a little weird.
Right. Women have been so mind crimed. It's ridiculous, man. You see what's going down in Europe and shit, right?
With the migrants,
Yeah.
uh,
I mean, the thing is that like the Republican Party isn't winning for nothing. They're winning because like, well, there's a lot of people who still have traditional values. It's not like these things have changed in, you know, hundreds of years, right? It's just now we're better at not killing each other for them, right? The thing is, like, there's a lot of things that are just very unpopular, right? Like the whole, like, do you see the WNBA is going through this whole thing right now? Also with that, the WNBA is like going through this big thing where they might start allowing trans players, right?
oh brother,
Yeah, and you know, and then you know, the thing is that I I want the Democratic Party to be good because I feel like a sensible Democratic Party is good for the country, right? Because then the Republicans can't pull, you know, it's crazy bullshit,
they're
you know?
bullshit. Yeah,
Like, the parties need to be competitive with one another, right? But guess what? When a party's not competitive, when you start having people who are just shouting and frothing at the mouth and can't tell you what a woman is, right? Then, that party no longer is a party of science. It's no longer the party of reason. And it's no longer competitive. That means the other party can get away with bullshit until it becomes competitive again. Like, how did we ever let the Democratic Party not be the party of science anymore? That's what's crazy to me. 'Cause that was like,
Mhm.
that was like, that was the thing, right? And now it's just not, you know? And it used to be the party of tolerance, and now it's just like the party of, there's just so many things that's so wild, right? Like all of my fucking hobbies have been invaded by absolute autistic weirdos, right?
Oh yeah, dude.
And here's the thing, I was okay with them being in the hobby, but when they're the moderators and the controllers of what I can say and do in my spaces, at that point I'm just going to go to the other side, just as like a protest vote against the whole stuff, right? That's what I always tell people. At the end of the day, like, all politics aside, you came into all of my realms and turned them gay, right? So like, fuck off. I'm always voting against you now, right? Like, call me a one-issue voter, right? If we want to have a more intellectual argument, I mean, I want a more competitive parties, right?
Uh-huh.
And I've given up on the idea that like we're ever going to be free of our corporate overlords or wealthy people. Wealthy people will always rule the world, right? We can only hope that at least they lie to us a little bit and give us some of the things we want, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's never going to change. It's never going to change.
Yeah.
It's been like this for thousands of years, right? Like, might as well just accept it and do whatever you can to make yourself comfortable and make your way in the world, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of what I think.
Like, to be honest, I've changed my whole work attitude too, right? Like, I'm not like bending over backwards for my job, but at the same time, like, taking a lot more responsibility for things, and it's doing really well for me, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
eventually, when I get tired of this job, I'll, do the same thing somewhere else, right? But, all that stuff might become in. Just kind of gotta stop bouncing around so much, because I work in very physical fields, so I need to become management or at least get in much better shape, right?
I would say, yeah. Well, you know, essentially what you're talking about is investing in yourself.
Yeah,
'Cause
I'm
people can't take that
this
away.
year's gonna be a big. Yeah, this year's gonna be a big investment in myself.
Get to open my boxes.
I got what you need. Be good.
You know what I will say though? I was in pretty good shape in my 20s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had a lot of that mobility strength, right? And
Yo,
when I got out of shape,
have a good one.
I didn't do the whole time I've been out of shape in my 30s. I was never
I
like a
got the
heavy
best
drinker
deals anywhere.
or a heavy smoker, right? And I wasn't eating crazy sugary food. I still I still got fat, just eating the food I do, but I feel like I look at other people my age and I do feel a lot healthier than a lot of people, even at this weight. Flexible and whatnot too. So I think I'll bounce back a little bit, but we'll see.
Keep it real.
Did you get your equipment?
I did.
Nice. Congratulations.
Please stack.
That's awesome.
And now I can do it again. I was just really trying to get my item level up. These boxes. So they give you these callboard quests. Callboard quests.
Yeah.
Here. So if you go here, this little thing right here, callboard, and every day it changes. So these are where you get your dailies. And your dailies gives you a cardboard cache, and in the cardboard cache it has 3 items in there that let you when you open them, it gives you a little bit better gear than what you have, or you know, but it's kind of anything. It's a little bit of a you know, gamble. It's free though, you know, it's like a gotcha. And right now my item level is at over 70. So now you can see the cash progress is, you know, 55 out of 75. So every time you complete one of these, you know, it gives you 20 experience toward that. And then you fulfill the bar, you get the cash in your inventory. At level, this is a total Barker move right here, right? At level, when you have low item level, that's how I started today. I was under 60. I was like 48 or 49 or something like that, which is like blues and some epics and stuff like that for gear. And then the item level goes up as you do more raids and stuff like that. And then when you do more raids, your item level goes up. It's harder to get boxes. You get less boxes more often.
Sounds a lot like New World.
Yeah, maybe. So,
because in New World you had to keep increasing your item level once you were at max level in order to like keep getting higher item levels.
Yeah. So now you get cash boxes at lower levels, but when I was doing them at the very beginning, see what happened was I loaded my Tinker, my other character, at 60 with PvP gear, and it brought his item level up to 70. So it made it before I ever started doing the cash box. Now, if you do it before, when you very first start doing this thing, if you're just a PvEer, your progress bar is 15.
Yeah.
So you get a box every 15. So now, I collected, you check this out. I collected when they were 15. I just did a bunch of those callboard quests because it's like a single callboard quest gives you a box versus like doing 5 to gives you 1. And I have like I saved them, kept my item level low on purpose. Total Eric Barker move, right? Did a bunch of PvP. Or put the PvP gear on, raise my item level, and now when I open these boxes, the theory is that they'll be like ridiculous.
Nice. That is good. Okay.
Oh, well, maybe not. Oopsies.
Wait, isn't that high level?
It's higher. It's a good one.
Alt. Because it's item level 61.
Item level 61, yeah.
I mean, so you're getting above the threshold.
It's all PvE gear.
Maybe it caps out at 61. Because what's your item level right now?
Maybe. No, because it's supposed to give you heroic.
Skull Cold. Oh, never mind. Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, this is really good if you wanted to do PvE stuff, though.
Yeah, it's all PvE stuff. Especially because it's got PvE power. This one's giving me a bunch of spell shit. Whatever. That's good. That's really good. Better than what I had right here. So, yeah, I'm gonna open them with Shane wants to see me pop them.
Nice. Absolutely. You can wait and do that with Shane.
Time to go kill dude.
I'm gonna get out of here. It's time for my bedtime.
Good night.
See you later, man.
Good night. God, that was so good.
worth helping after all.
Oh no. Oi. Yeah, you're cute. Oh.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real. What up? Have a good one. Yo! Keep it real. Do I have a deal for you? I got what you need. Have a good one. Hey, how you doing? I got the best deals anywhere. Yo! Keep it real.
got some big mojo, Vulcan. Maybe you're worth helping after all. some big mojo, Vulcan.